Is everything working? I hope so. Anyway, we'll be playing some Caesar today. It's been a while. I need to get myself familiar with what needs to be done in the RC. There are some changes I want to do even today, if the time permits. First I need to play it, and then we'll probably tinker around with the XML. It's not gonna be super straightforward. I'll need to put some of the information in additional information category for some of the veteran messages, even though obviously the veteran should be something that only experienced players pick. I think when Sefer explained it, he still didn't like that the numbers are kind of in your face, and they are, for good reason, important numbers, but fair enough. If someone wants to, play by the feel and only read the formula if they absolutely have to, we probably should permit that. Let's make sure this goes there. Oh boy. How is that? It's still very loud. Are we good? Hopefully that's not overpowering. Alright, let's start with Brundisium because we tested Capia before. Yep. Missing some of the assets, clearly. It's fine. I would have to move my folders around. Okay, let's read it. So first Roman expansion begins. 5,000 population. That's slightly more than one block. So probably gonna go with like one block and then a smaller one, unless the trade is so good that we want another full one. There is I don't know if we should play veteran right away or if we should just like rush through, play on normal first. It's gonna be pretty quick, and then because the thing is the normal mode will now start to offer its own kind of quests and things that don't show up on veteran mode, so I probably should test it. I made this like 3 months ago or something, so my memory is a bit foggy. 60 favor, 30 culture, 30 peace, 50 prosperity, yeah. Starts to get pretty high, but it's still pretty trivial to do. Obviously for some people who struggle with evolutions, even like 30 prosperity can be a problem, but it's just impossible to balance for all kind of skill levels, so some people might have to stick around on the map for longer if they need to, evolve people more. Instructions. Welcome to Brundisium, Governor. Roman army is sufficiently pacified the locals, so your only concern is still going to be city development. The original Greek settlement was regrettably razed in the siege, and part of the funds dedicated for your city were redirected to upkeep our armies. So you should try and use what remains to remove the ruins and uncover any potential spoils or hidden valuables. I refer Brundisium to develop into a regional trade center, use the ample local resources and fertile land in order to create a city of Roman standards with adequate housing for all the workers, as well as a sizable harbor area to facilitate overseas trade. In Brundisium, you will familiarize yourself with a new step in each city's development. Before craftsmen who can create processed goods are attracted to your city, you will have to rely on agricultural activity, mining or lumber industry to sustain the early growth of your colony. Fortunately, the process is helped by the monthly state subsidy of 100 denarii. If you find the time in your busy schedule, I advise you to familiarize yourself with large-scale constructions as well, as this valuable skill set will be useful in the future assignments. Good luck, Governor, and do not disappoint the people of Rome. Hey Chris, welcome. It is the second mission. I need to test it because it's new. but it's been like 3 months since I made it, so we'll see what I forgot. I'll probably have to also adjust some things, but we'll see. Edicts. Spoils of War. Staffing a work camp will provide you with a message explaining how to exploit the ruins and gain additional income. Note that manually removing any of the ruins will reduce the future gains from this inventory. Bedrock. After a city achieves 2000 population and has 10 staffed clay pits, stone and marble will be unlocked for local production. Additional information. The terrain on most maps will retain its fundamental structure of the base campaign map, but bedrock cliffs, water, added break-up strand blocks offer more of a challenge. Almost all maps should start with a pre-built city from historical standpoint, but since most people would not like to deal with pre-built areas, for the sake of gameplay, pre-built structures on the map will be limited. You also will be introduced to a new concept, also present on all future maps. The subsidy mechanic will be explained in detail in a separate message during this mission, as mentioned in the intro. Military and peaceful paths have been merged into one. You should play all the maps in order for the recommended experience. Economic missions will generally be more difficult, featuring logistical and space constraints, but military missions will have economic and development constraints as well. Mind that if you staff a work camp before selecting veteran mode, it will lock the mode immediately. Persistent events. That's Mount Plaza. We don't need to read the history. Timeline. Okay. So got some things here. Subsidy, we are gaining 10 until 10 prosperity is achieved. We're getting 100 denarii until 10 prosperity is achieved. Bedrock, we need 2000 pop and 10 clay pits. So that we get that also, let's check settings, difficulty, very hard, yes. We start with 3400. We need to staff a work camp for the clearing ruins thing. So there are ruins. They'll be giving us resources, or we could just, you know, destroy them. But we don't have that much money, so we kind of need to use the income. I'm not gonna be using the veteran mode at first. It's here. But we will not be using it until I win it on the normal mode, and then we'll see the veteran. So should be pretty straightforward. We have entry point, exit point right here. In terms of trade, we do have land trade rates, and some of the quotas are reasonably big, where highway is not strictly necessary, but it would be beneficial. So I will be trying to not build in such a way that we pork the highway. Probably gonna put block here. Leave some space for the highway, as I mentioned, and we have farmland, two kind of entrances to it. There's obviously some of the outlying areas. This is the best dock spot. I think the flotsam will appear from right there. If we go like this, we need 2 more tiles. So from there, we can clear a couple of ruins without it being a problem, so I think I'll do that there. Will this work? It will. We could make the water a bit differently, but I think I'll just put the reservoir right there. We can always bring water to another block differently. We have the setting for all houses to merge intelligently, so I'll be using that. Just make sure that we plop just enough where the mergers can happen. I'm not gonna put in the last one because it could block access. This one can be put down. We should be careful because this is a lot of money we don't have necessarily. So we are playing on normal, so I can be a bit liberal with the spending, but we still can't like put down everything we would want. It's supposed to teach us about labor management, investment, and ruins clearing. Just need some basic services. Two prefectures because public order. Let's get the prosperity quickly. Hello, Johan, welcome. Okay, no problem. As long as the delay was spent in the code mines, I guess. No, you're welcome. Alright, what is the cheapest trade rate? Korkira, which is a sea rig. Not a huge fan of that. Capia, clay and sand. Very straightforward. We'll be doing that. My hotkeys are fucked. Let's fix that. Might have had a shuffle, I don't know, I don't remember putting this to E, but whatever. getting some fertile labor, first labor. Let's quickly get rid of some of these trees. We'll be building a trade center around here. It will ship some grain over. This is gonna be the land trade center. Need to keep some space for the highway. It's a lot of money, but this should be good. Downside is obviously we need 2 sets of maintenance. Small issue with hotkeys being shifted, it was caused due to merge conflict. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm saying. Because I did not have hotkeys set like this. I'll have to probably go and fix it, but I don't feel like doing that right now. Senate subsidizes colonization. Yeah, you know. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Pay ourselves minimal salary, give this to the city. Be making some money from that. People are piling in. We can make more industry. I'll probably going to take the bailout. What do we want to do? Grain scales pretty well. What is the price? 20. Vegetables are 26. Grain is pretty good. Because it's double yield. Question is with land trade center, do some of the trade routes later buy things that I want close together? There's some that buys vine, and we need to buy vines from Capia, which buys clay and sand. This buys grain and vegetables as well, so yeah, I think that it makes sense to cluster it. Or we would have to cart vine over. So ultimately it doesn't really matter. But I think I want to do that. We don't need to be hyper efficient about the farms, but I don't know, autism compels me to do it right. key is we need to not overproduce. At least at the start. So it's on normal mode, so it's not gonna be super difficult, but obviously it's kind of all about discipline. Like, you could very easily overextend. We want to open it, but only when there is some wheat ready. What about labor? You should add either more houses or fountains. I think houses make a lot of sense to add right now. Heat is greater than discipline. Yeah, it can be. It can also not be. It depends. As always, everything depends. How are we doing on, it's September 9, 11. I think we are still just waiting on production to kick in. We are actually overproducing both. It just hasn't happened this year. But adding more of that, unless we can immediately sell it to someone else, doesn't seem that great. Some wheat is being transported.
Very well. A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Yeah, it is. It really. That's why it kind of was created ages ago, is because it fits the fountain range, but the fountain employs a grand total of 4 workers, and you know, this whole block right here, it does get serviced by 1 bath, 1 engineer, 1 everything, 9 by 9, and it has like 30% capacity, and it needs 1 of each of these for their own thing. And so you, for saving the fountain cost of 4 workers, you employ like 30, 40, 50 workers in other services, and you make it smaller than it can be. So there are a lot of reasons why not to do that. But in the old campaign, the game was never really optimized for what works, what doesn't. Obviously, it wasn't ever accounted for in Augustus. So inefficiency was not as bad as it is today in the old days. And that's also why more of the vibe builder thing, it was more viable to do. Now there are just really better and worse things to do, but there are also like self-challenges you could do. So if someone likes a particular thing, especially in the RC, it just takes longer if you don't play optimally, but obviously I'm not gonna play suboptimally right now. I can, but I don't find it very enjoyable when I restrict myself like that. What's next? We could trade Korkira, but I'd like the good dock spot for that, really. There's vegetables from Ostia. But I do need the clay, because it unlocks the thing.
Pushing cars all day long takes energy. How's a car push as much to carry
We can do a temporary dock. It can be a low bridge. 400 denarii is quite an investment. I'll do it. Yeah. But also Zach likes to play a bit inefficiently. If you watch him play RC as well, it's not like he tries really hard. So it's also a playstyle thing. I think that he just kind of realized at some point that he isn't really into like super optimal play, and that's fine. As long as he, you know, trademarks it and communicates that very clearly, because there are still some people from ages ago like, oh, you know, Zach shows us the most efficient things. Never was the case, and you know, even the man himself will tell you if you ask him, which is fine, but there's always the problem that some people just take things for granted, even when they are not even meant that way. Which then, obviously, is a bit difficult, even for Zach himself to then curb this kind of talk. We are watering that house from there. Let's give them water. We need a dock. I don't want to invest into like much infrastructure around here, because I'll be moving this dock to a better position once this clears. I could clear it already, but we would lose out on the event money, so I'd rather not do that. Was that more sand? Yes.
After a hard day's work, all I want is to see a good play or fight. Not much chance of that in this city.
I'm gonna go into debt a little bit. I'm gonna build another. Just want them to evolve. Still need labor. We'll have quite a lot, but we need to add more wheat if we want to feed the block. Burn Night video is actually the most watched, which is very good. It is the most watched one on the channel. And that was the mission, as always, enlightenment, not really forcing anyone, because if someone really wants to do something inefficient, that's their choice. Never want to take that away from them. But I do have an issue with people you know, falsely thinking that, oh, this is like the pinnacle of everything, and then it isn't. That's not what I like. But, you know, as long as someone has the information and they say, okay, I don't like efficiency and I want to make cursed things, that's okay, that's their choice. But I want them to have that information so that they can decide for themselves and not be told, oh, you know, trust me, bro, just do this, instead of, you know, actual reasons. But, oh well. Let's open Korkira, sell them stuff. Korkira, yes please. It's the one that has the thumbnail of me with the flamethrower and the nightbind. It's the first video I made, I think. But cringe aside, it did its job. Okay, money looks okay, we need food next. I also would like those work camps to start working on the event. So, do we want to build this somewhere where we can actually, you know, make use of it? I think so. Meaning this area is pretty good for that. There's mining around here for later. So let's start by putting some work camps here. We'll start with 2. This is on normal mode, so there's no risk associated with doing it. Clearing ruins. Governor, we can now start excavating the ruins. You should prepare the appropriate stockpiles for materials which might still prove useful. Each active work camp steadily clears the ruins, rubble tiles, and generates additional denarii. More camps clear faster and earn more. Exact formula. It should tell me. Start work camps 2, work done. This is the stage. We have 4 stages to clear, and each camp generates 5, then it accounts for that. It generates a little money. And then each cluster we clear is gonna give us some resources as well. Looks reliable, but I'm not sure if I trust this prefect. That's a long message. Jan says, well, when I was really young and had no idea of greed and efficiency, I would Google C3 and I have found way worse than what Zach did. But obviously I did mostly fun Zach videos, and he mentioned you in one video, and watching you I first didn't understand a single word, but once I did, I noticed that what you said makes more sense in terms of beating the game fast and efficient. Yeah, that's the thing. I think that when I started, maybe my English was a bit worse. I don't remember exactly. I think it was always pretty good, but it's possible that it also evolved alongside me over the years. As for, you know, finding things on the internet, that's normal, and there are worse things in the deep dark places of Middle-earth. However, most of them stem from the 9x9, like desert people, or sorry, the 9x9 people on the desert maps, they would make 7x7 blocks because, you know, the fountain range is smaller, so ooh, I need to cripple myself yet further because the range says so. And stuff like that. But depends what the goal is. For me, it is beating it fast. Obviously, there are some people who are just like, oh, make pretty city. Then obviously the goal shifts dramatically, and you might not value the same things. Yeah, there are some horrible ones. I don't know if this is not like I could do this. I could just like open a circus and look at the internet as like, oh, look at this monster. Only for it, you know, for $50 you can gaze at this. It's like horribly malformed. Who the fuck made this? Why is it like that? The god is dead. We killed him. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna do that, but you can do that on your own time. There's like plenty of miscreants to be found online. I should probably build this slightly differently, but I don't want to remove these ruins because I'm pretty sure it's gonna, you know, penalize me. We could do more of that once we feed people. Is there a wheat? There is. Give them food. Theater. School. Subsidy is gone. That's not great because, well, I did do it on purpose, so it's so fast, but technically I have access to processed goods, but the only processed goods I can sell right now is pottery for Korkira. I could do it, I guess. Just a little bit. Is this a new version of Brundisium? I don't know which one you played. It's been 3 months. I need to get myself familiar. I think it's the same one you played, but I could be wrong. Not sure how far that is. It might be too far. We should probably split it into a new granary. Pretty well reminder. Pretty sure we can achieve that. "24 stone, 12 marble, 2,400 denarii will be added." So stone and marble. The gods are getting mad. I could make some monuments for them, but I think we need to make some small temples. I need desirability here, so I guess I might as well. Some of them do. It's not recommended, but it's doable. Would you recommend changing retirement age to 60? I have that setting, don't I? Or what do you mean by that? Like baseline? Well, the no global labor pool, it's actually not. I explained this in detail multiple times, but essentially what you said is correct, but for like the beginners, really. Because once you understand that there's always a global labor pool, you just need to access it, and how you access it dictates how you build things. It's not really that much of a difference, but so for example, like this industrial district, if I was not having global labor pool, I would be using a road that goes here. These would be houses. I would put houses here, and then this would be a road touching it, and it would supply this with labor, so I don't have to have a shitted tent in here. They can just, you know, pool workers from the same. This could be a road. It could be feeding into industry for farming. This could be touching that, or you could make like, you know, feeders, whatever. So once you understand how the global labor pool works anyway, or how you can access it even without mixing all your blocks together with industry, which is abhorrent, then it's not really about, oh, I want to play with a global labor pool. No, playing with a global labor pool itself is not that much of a different thing. What is a different thing is I want to suffer because I want to make artificial constraints on myself, and I want to just absolutely mingle houses into this. Even though I don't technically have to do that, but some people are like that, and that's not a GLP thing, that's a special thing for, you know, individuals who enjoy that kind of thing. We can now make marble and stone. Elections. We need to send vine and wheat. We have 2 years to do it. Import some vines. Life is suffering. No, it's there is a difference between self-inflicted mutilation and something the game forces. If you understand the game mechanics well enough, you don't need to suffer quite as much. But you could still elect to. I'm not saying you can't. It's just I have an issue, as I said before, where someone says like these very bold statements which are clearly false. It's like, no, actually, it's fine. You can just make do with it much misery, but you could. Clay's overstacking. Send that. That lacks orders. Let's fix that. How are the harvests looking? I think this is on the edge of what's possible to deliver while still coming back in time. Let's observe this farm. No, they don't. 95%. 100% complete, yeah. That's one of their cars, is this. It's being slightly inefficient. It's like 10% wasted production. This is completely pointless. I could remove it, it would make no difference. That's why I said we need industrial decorations that actually make, you know, sense to include. Places like that. Send them the sand. Not there. Croton is... How is this a land trader? Oh, it is supposed to be. It's a Greek city, but it's a land trader. If you could actually have villages of poor people near farms and industry and not have them revolt. Well, Augustus does make this more difficult, because in the original Orange Julius, sentiment wasn't a thing. It was a thing on city-wide basis, but not individual house-by-house sentiment. So you could easily have, slums. Now you can't, but the GLP kind of wants you to have that end, but you can minimize it if you know the mechanics. But this isn't really far. Like, obviously you could make an extreme example, like putting something in the very corner, as obviously people don't really walk there, but all of this is kind of close, so you could make an argument that like you also don't live like right next to your job. That's not how it works. Like, commute was a thing. So in Augustus there's a house-by-house sentiment, which makes the slums more difficult. So like if you go into sentiment, you see how people, perceive us. Some of them are angry because they're not getting food. They will get it eventually, but unemployment is really risky. So do we open Croton, sell them some vine and stone and marble. We funded all the games, I think. Yeah, that's another thing. We'll talk about it. Now we still need to clear the walls. The farmland's been cleared. What was the gain? Vine, stone, denarii. Yeah, that's fine. We might waste some of that stone. No, not necessarily, because let's talk about it. So even in like founding period Rome, it's like everyone kind of lived in a hovel. Obviously you had different kind of social strata even then developing. However, the kind of houses like the hovels like this, that would be pretty common. But then as you had even like Etruscans as the nearby civilization, which kind of took over Rome for a bit culturally and in most respects, they would be more closer to like small large casa houses. But as as Chris said, like farmers or poor people would still exist. Like obviously even though your civilization kind of is better, it doesn't mean that some people don't still live in worse conditions through myriad of cases or causes. And so even like Imperial Rome had, settlements that very much did start something like this, or they would, even live like that for generations in subpar conditions. It's not really anything new. It was actually, there's an argument to be made though that like the classical insula might even be worse than this, because at least you live in the countryside. If you live in a packed city full of disease and unemployment, because that's the common trope with after the patricians started exploiting slave labor for mass plantations and mining, it's kind of weird because the Romans were obsessed with seeing themselves as, oh, we are the agriculturally, we are the sedentary agriculturally dominant society, and every farmer makes for a great soldier, and that's our just, that's what our civilization's about. But at the same time, they systematically deprived small farmers of their land, and not a state thing, but the most influential people in their civilization did this. It's not like the state did it, but the people who effectively held the most power, apart from politics, did that. And that resulted in the cities swelling, with poor people who couldn't find jobs, and they were bought out from the countryside. They flocked to the cities, and then the cities, they had to be basically kept happy with bread and games, as well as just general subsidies. Rome actually had one of the most successful and widespread programs for food for the masses, which was the grain dough. Even before the times of Caesar, it was a thing. But there are obvious issues with it, like it's not a permanent solution. But in other ways, it kind of drove the Roman expansion, because, well, if you are super poor and you live in a city that's a shithole, maybe the one thing you could do is, enlist and maybe get a better life that way. Helpful and dancer, welcome. Ooh, farms can't fight? No. The Romans thought that every farmer, like literally every farmer, was a great soldier, and vice versa. If someone's an amazing soldier, he would make an amazing farmer. And that's why they had a policy of settling. If you enlist into the army, you had to serve for like 25 years in the salt mines, and then you would be given a plot of land, usually not in Italy, somewhere in the, somewhere very dangerous, and you would be expected to, in your relatively old age, to be an amazing farmer after you spent 30 years fighting. So yeah, most of these farms failed for, I don't know why they would, it's a mystery really, but that was real. Also, they did think that every statesman was a great general, and every general would make a great statesman, which is, there are some risks that go into thinking like that, but yeah, Roman things. Yeah, but that's why, like, the settled veterans usually contributed massively to the local militia, or in a situation of defense. It was not completely worthless. Like, these people obviously brought some wealth from their campaigning, and they, had a lot of life skills, but not all of them translated to agriculture, because that's a completely different skill set if you think about it. We have some crime issues. We need to employ more people. You could farm vegetables, make bricks. Do we make bricks? Can we make a bridge? Yes. So I guess bricks here. I could just transport it. We will need to sink labor into it anyway. We could make the vegetables. We make vegetables instead? I think we do. We just need to figure out how do we want to split it. Four wines, 8 wines, 12 wheat, 12 vegetables. And we should probably add another depot. Oh, this is empty constantly. Who can hold a gladius, can hold a sickle and a pickaxe. Well, that's correct. But yeah, so the Romans were kind of obsessed with thinking that way, and in many ways, it didn't always translate to reality. Because a lot of the beliefs they had were kind of not founded in reality. It's just what they kind of were coping. They were coping. They were trying to convince themselves that it's true, but in a lot of circumstances, it wasn't. Just Roman things. Let's get some wheat. And then some vegetables. Let's do halvesies. Can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a, dodge a ball. Yeah, I guess it was kind of a generalization from them, but not. You know why they had those beliefs? I'll let you guess, because it's best if the stream is interactive, right? Like, I don't need to lay out everything. If you picked up on the context clues, you can probably piece together the whole picture. And whoever gets it right gets absolutely nothing. So, you know, a lot is on the line. I expect everyone to be in full commitment mode. Just so we are clear. They needed soldiers. Yeah, in a lot of ways. But it's... there is more to it. Let's clear this. Well, I'm sure someone is gonna come up with why. I think that it has a lot to do with what the Romans were as a society, because they were kind of obsessed with themselves, much like other civilizations, but the Romans were relatively young. Compared to something like the Greeks, who had the Bronze Age behind them. Basically, even though they didn't have a direct record, they had a memory that was rooted deeply in the mythos and the pantheon in the Bronze Age. And so the Romans felt like, oh, we just need to be relevant as well. It's like, you see this even modern times, like pre-modern times. If you look at, for example, Austria-Hungary, when the Czechs wanted their own state and they were finding out, oh, we actually have a history, but you know, we don't have this massive history and these eposes and things that maybe the Germans have. So what did they do? They invented a bunch of nonsense. And so the Romans are kind of in a similar situation because they're looking around it's like, oh man, these people, it's like everyone here kind of has things and they're so glorious. It's like we deserve to be glorious as well. What do we do about that? Well, we just kind of convince ourselves that we actually come from Troy and we are the Trojans, and that's why they wrote the Aeneas or Aeneid, which is the story of Prince Aeneas, who was a Trojan prince who, after the siege of Troy, fled from Troy with survivors, and they founded Rome, and now it's their rightful duty to avenge Troy and smash the Greeks, even though the Greeks that were contemporary to the Romans were not the Greeks that were having any beef with the Trojans, because those people were they're Mycenaean Greeks and they are different people as a civilization. But yeah, the Aeneid. And so why do I talk about it? Why does it relate to the farmers and the Roman belief in every farmer makes a good soldier and vice versa? Well, it does, because it goes into their whole mindset. Like, they needed their own thing, and that was their thing. They made it because they needed something to believe, and this was something that they deeply believed. Even though it's flawed on many levels, it doesn't matter, because well, they didn't actually follow it with like what happens, and they didn't need to. Much like with the actual mythos, there is a difference between what's told and between what's actually like practiced. And so people are not stupid. They could realize that, oh, maybe this isn't necessarily 100% right. But that didn't stop the state to kind of try to think of itself like that was true. Instead, Rome would have never even founded. Oh, obviously, yeah. Except there's something about the freaking Latins had nothing in common with the freaking Trojans. But, you know, it's besides the point. Yeah, it is, but the Romans made it about themselves, but Aeneas is created by the Romans about themselves and the Troy, but it's actually like, it's speculated, even the Odyssey is actually heavily fictional. And it likely is. The Aeneas is a fiction based on a fiction, so you can expect the amount of fragments of reality to be even sparser in that. But it's an interesting book, I liked it, but it doesn't make it true necessarily. Yes. Essentially. They thought that Aeneas basically founded the Roman civilization, and then Romulus and Remus are descendants, and they, you know, created Rome. And so they tie that directly to someone who was at Troy, because they needed to match the mythos and the culture and the history of the Greeks. And it was also because the practical reason was they were kind of locked in a cultural perpetual war with the Greeks, and so this didn't serve just the purpose of, oh, we just need to find out something about ourselves. It's more so about we are constantly fighting with these people, because Italy was settled by a whole bunch of small polis, which are Greek city-states, even before the Romans ever, you know, started becoming a civilization. And so they needed some kind of justification for a lot of the things they did. Plus, obviously, there is a lot to be said about the Greeks in Italy, especially Magna Graecia, and then the Etruscans, but that's probably beyond the scope what we can talk about today. But it's an interesting topic. The one thing which is real in it is that Rome exists and Troy probably existed. Yeah, they found it. Hello, Cloud, welcome. Greek defenses? Yes. What does this give us? Bricks. I could waste it, I don't care. You know, we could just make A grand temple. I guess. I'll take it. So we give them pottery, we give them some cringe. And what else? I need to evolve these people. I could remove one of them, make them into a statue or something. It's getting pretty unreliable, so let's put in some extra services. Hello Baron, welcome. Long time no see. How are you doing? I saw you were booting up Long Dark yesterday. We need some timber. Grand Temple is a bit of an overkill on this map, but we have the funds. This is the normal mode, which is pretty easy. So I'll just go with it. Let's get some timber. And timber comes from Rome. Maybe accept a little less wheat. Accept some timber. We get it with a cart. Always. There you go. I've been feeling Long Dark lately. I think the game is excellent, despite me not being able to enjoy it. I think that from what I watched you and Jake play it, I think the game is excellent. I just wish I could enjoy it, but something about it, it's just I can't bring myself to play it. But it's a good game to watch at least. Johan says, I have the whole family of Aeneas down to Romulus and Remus written down somewhere in my Latin exercise book. Just let me quickly search for it. Yeah, 100% it's gonna be true, right? Right? No. Greek influence. We have options how to manage it. Open a trade route named Invite Greek Experts within 1 year for 1000 denarii. This will cause Brundisium to adopt Greek pottery standards, which means that pottery workshops will require 5 additional workers, but pottery becomes a premium export good and Greek quotas for pottery increase. This is politically unacceptable, and therefore this event causes one-time favor penalty -10. All favors fine. Or do not open the Invite Greek Experts trade rate, and we will instead declare our city's purpose to support Rome industrially. Stone and marble quarries will acquire 5 additional workers, and some Roman cities will buy more of these goods. Greeks will lose interest in Roman pottery. We will be sticking with the Roman approach, which means that selling pottery here is gonna become obsolete, but we can just remove these two. That's fine. Oh, it has, and it's... I'm lacking pictures right now. There is gonna be pictures, obviously, and I need to also make these, you know, this message is just a wall of text. I need to split it, even if it's historical background. Also, maybe color these, like it's slightly too long to read. But yeah, I've been working on a new version of the campaign. Still need to fix some things, like I would like these decisions to not be done the same way as the other cities, because it's usually it doesn't fit the window, you know. And yeah, scrollable map, you can do this, you know, to see whatever you have, sort by different things like route cost. There are many new things. I'm not sure if you saw, but someone made a Julius mod. It adds a merger map mode. Merger map mode? Oh yeah, right. I think I know what you're talking about, mergers. So you can know where to click things. Hello, you can welcome. Where you can place houses so they merge for sure. That's good for people who want to stick with Julius. very good quality of life. I'm sure there are some people who will call it cheating, but you know, it makes no difference. Just frees up brain space, I think, than having to memorize the tiles. Those people should be ignored. I agree with that sentiment. You can learn it by heart, but you also don't have to right now, which is good. Also, a housing advisor tells you the prosperity gap. Oh yeah, that's good. We had it for ages in Augustus, but obviously, you know. Oh yeah, also you might have noticed the variables, we use colored variables to display objectives. So there are events. Oh, this should say, you have 12 months to do it, not wait 2 months. I need to fix that. And it counts dynamically, so whatever you do, it changes the numbers, which is good. It helps with not having to remember all the little events and quests and things. Okay, we have stuff. Let's build the Grand Temple to the Goddess of Cringe. This has already been fixed, right? This is the version with rebalanced epithets. I really should make a video about it. Probably should do that at some point. Like that. Should have everything. Maybe accept all the marble. What about worship capacity? The oracles give us like 2k. Should be good enough. We finally cleared this garbage so we can make our highway. Do we not have pottery yet? No, we are making it though. I don't have the option, I think. I updated my Augustus, it destroyed my settings and I hate that. But I just started, so I could spend 10 minutes fiddling around with this. I guess I should do at least some of that. Where is the desirability? There we go. There we go. Good. It works. Yeah, but I prefer that when it stayed. Also, I need to designate vegetables for export, I think. There you go. 50 prosperity, we might need... No, I think small install is probably fine. I might go medium anyway. It's easy enough. Greek harbor's done. Now we can actually move our export to be in the best place. We shall do that soon. Could benefit from some more concrete. We won the elections. We get extra personal savings because it was the biggest result. Oh yeah, I need to designate. There you go. Don't have much labor, but let's expand the mines. Expanding the mines, yeah. Maybe the work on Augustus is finally gonna increase. We need another block. I do need another one anyway, so it's not like it's a huge deal. We'll probably go over the limit, or the requirement. But if we want to utilize it, I've been playing very slowly, by the way, but it's fine. It could be a tiny one, but I think I just make a regular. It's kind of interesting when you can make it so that it, you know what I want to say, adheres to the terrain. There we go. Hello, Jake, welcome. How about a nice 9x9 for a Balkanist? No. Sorry. Well, I'm not. I'm really not sorry. But, we could do that, and it would actually fit the requirement quite well, but I think that is a lot of trade, so we kind of want to go with what's good. Extra houses on the side right away. Just make sure that we place enough. There's gonna be plenty of space, so let's go with some temples. In Neptune. Venus. There you go. Two prefects. It's a very modest collection of rocks. Yeah. This is Brundisium, so it's really simple comparatively to a lot of the custom maps. People complaining about things. That's fine. We do need furniture at some point. So you'll go with medium insula. Why is the pottery here always missing? Is it that they are... No, I was afraid they would be delivering like here. Or even here, but no they can't. So this must be just temporary shortage. I could increase it, but 4 should supply 80 houses. This is not 80 houses. Public Works. Stone and marble quarries require 2 fewer workers. This message should be adjusted. I think it requires more, not fewer now. But we get Greeks don't buy any pottery anymore, and instead Romans buy more. Yeah. Our marble and stone need more workers. I need to change that because it's currently saying the wrong thing. Need to add that to the to-do list, otherwise I'm gonna forget. To-do list. Brundisium normal mode message about quarries. Still mentions 2 less, but it's 5 more workers. And then we also had another thing earlier on. Trying to remember what it was. I had a message formatting for elections and normal mode choice. There you go. Should relocate the dock, but I'm gonna do that after we get this block evolved and solve the labor shortage. How about the Grand Temple, by the way? Still concrete, but it's being made with 4 concrete makers. Should not take that long. What I might want is not a mausoleum. Couple more oracles. That school is not gonna do a good job with pathing, so let's do that one instead. Might as well give them an amphitheater immediately. You're not taxing anyone. Could do that. Got a spot right here for a forum. Need to relocate the dock now, we have some unemployment. Does docks go here? Ship's bridge. Now, let's check the sea trade. So we are selling clay and sand, they no longer buy any pottery, that's fine. We could also sell food and vine. More sand and clay. No pottery anymore, and there's also a bunch of marble and stone. So we need like 3 warehouses. This one's gonna be marble and stone. This one's gonna be vine, vegetables and wheat. This one's gonna be clay and sand. It starts to break. We already have this covered, yeah. We should get rid of this. And modify these. Are we making enough? We are still overproducing, surely. Somehow feels like we could have way more sand. Couple more clay pits. City inaccessible. Oh boy. Yep, it's this one. Let's get rid of that. Fine. These people hate where they live. Maybe that's gonna help. At least somewhat. Probably set up more vine making. All the vine's gonna be kind of last thing to worry about. We should probably transport some wheat and vegetables, but this is bottomed out. I guess we could just sell more raw resources, and then stone and marble. We got plenty of labor. So that's not really an issue. Let's get some clay produced here. Some sand. And let's check our quarries. We could add more. Stone is kind of low. These cost extra workers, so it's gonna be a pretty good labor sink. Could separate it. I'm just gonna trust it, I guess. Do we have that enabled for foreman? Yes. What work camp? Yeah, work camp foreman. Should I make some furniture? It could be here. Doesn't matter. It's not super close, but. Be fine. And I'm going to separate this right here. Hey Kevin, welcome. Let's get some furniture from 4 to 10. Solved our labor issues. Venus is gonna solve the little desirability issues we have. We'll open those trade routes. Veltuna, Caesara, Athena for more of that, and then Epidemnos. I'm not ferrying anything that it can buy, so we don't need to open that yet. I think the prices are not amazing, but at scale it's still, yeah, obviously very profitable, especially when we can have taxes. Should probably add some more pottery for the consumer goods. I need to change my hotkey for increase and decrease the game speed. Almost done. Medium? Don't they need a library? Now they want a library? That's weird. I was convinced they needed a library to go medium insula, but maybe I haven't played the game in 3 months. So maybe I just don't remember. There's some food issues. Should stabilize once we get more goods. And finish that. Food is fluctuating a little bit, so we should invest that labor we got into more. We could feed them a second type of food if we want to secure the sentiment, but Venus is gonna take care of that. Oh, let me check out. Let's just get wheat. Looks like we need more depots. What's the marble one? Here. Isn't there a new tab? Yeah, this is good. This is new. You can click this now. You don't have to look into the manual or, you know, look up a video on YouTube or whatever. You have this, so you can check what this does. So series, for example, this is the base bonus. And these are the epithets you can pick. Looks like there is the rebalance of the epithets is not into this in this version yet, which is fine. This is having issues with feeding people. 2 markets don't seem to be enough. I could move this form. make a market instead. Stability is a bit bad. Send him to pottery. Need favor, need peace, need prosperity, need culture. Haven't been sending gifts at all. Send some. Peace is time, prosperity is gonna rise. What is our ceiling? 57. It's gonna be 60 once we evolve people. Culture is just, you know, add a library or something somewhere. It's gonna work. It doesn't even have to be in a block, but I have this space here anyway, and I don't want more pop. So I guess I'm just gonna do it. Let's give them some extra services. It will work. We need jobs anyway. Let's pay people some more money, so they're, yeah, +6. What is our net? Pretty good. Taxes are paying for around half the bill for the wages. We still didn't do all of the trade, but this is the normal mode, so it should be relatively simple. I didn't feel like money was an issue at all, but it's possible. I've seen someone who's not gonna be named die to death here. Because of the low money start, it's very easy to overextend and die. Well, very easy, as long as you don't, you know, respect the logic. Oh, sure, welcome. Yeah, that is rain and other weather effects in the game or in the mod. It's been like that for a little while. So that was Brundisium normal mode. Brilliant performance, Governor. Brundisium has been developed exactly as I have envisioned it. We'll see if the saying that a good statesman is a good general holds true soon. Peaceful times are almost over, as I'm in need of generals as well as governors. Before we delve into that, there is however one more peaceful assignment for you. KPI awaits. I'm not sure what you mean, but the walkers can be managed, always could be, but now with, you know, we have the car depots and global labor pool and things like that. Let's try Capua veteran mode. Veteran mode selected. Veteran mode applies the full RC rule set, expanded mechanics, stricter constraints, and challenges centered on planning, logistics, and disciplined governance. Trade capacity, work allocation, monument investment, and terrain use will matter in every mission. Systems are interconnected and weaknesses will compound if left unresolved. It's not punishment, it's responsibility. Rome provides the means to succeed, but only to those who build resilient and efficient cities. Governed with intent, and the path forward remains fair and fully achievable. Favor with the Senate can be fickle. This is a hint about what's gonna happen. Favor with the Senate can be fickle. Trade with the Greeks invites scrutiny, and the past is not always best left uncovered. So it's about the ruins. Can you test the thing for me now, please? Yeah, what do you need? Do you have a hotkey for engineer's post? I did. But it's been destroyed by my update of Augustus. I did have one, but it's no longer working, so I need to assign it. I don't care about fire overlay. Please press it and try building it. Game should crash and showing the preview. No crash. Anything else? What is this? What is this? What is this? What is... okay. No. Risks. Damage. It shows all the paths for all the engineer's posts. Once you... okay. No problem. Delete the game. No. Okay. Veteran mode, let's wait for the pop-up. We start with little money, so let's go with what works. Like last time. Need to be a bit more strict with money, I think, but we still need to clear some stuff, obviously. There are gonna be different events on the veteran mode. Quite a bit different. Houses near water get extra desirabilities, so we can make use of that. This is very similar as we had it last time, that's fine. Breaks in some places. It could alter again once we yeah, if I don't build it here, it's fine, so I think this will work. We'll start with probably half the block. Could also shorten this, there's no reason to have it be that long. Could have expanded it, but it's already kind of on the edge of what's really possible. If I fill in all the houses, it's gonna be too expensive, I think. Yeah, just put the reservoir there, that's fine. Might as well use these for some extra desirability. What do we need? Mars? No problem. Thanks for the GG. Should be the basics. Spare ourselves minimal salary. Could expedite this, the subsidy, but I'm instead gonna just underfund the wages. We don't care about prosperity. Staying in subsidy longer is actually good here. Capia. Good, Korkira instead. But I want to minimize the Greek trade if possible. This time we might go with trade here. How far is this? 18, 19, 20. I think they can make it. Need workers, but people are coming. 200 people are coming. Yep. Could add more houses. We still have 1,000, so let's get a couple more. build a bathhouse. Maybe we just want it here. Needs to be at 50% when he reaches it. Yep, it could even be a little bit further and he could still make it. That's pretty good. The sand is gonna be just about right though, so it produces faster. Let's open that trade route. Land traded buys wine, Rome. I think we want to synergize that. How much does it cost to import wine? 77, and they sell for 140. Yeah, I don't have a workshop for wine though, so we could do wheat instead. It's roughly 19.6 per year, which means 5 farms should satisfy that demand, or 6 farms should satisfy that demand. Hello, Trogan, welcome. Could have had a granary here. These should be able to travel there. Take the bailout. People are upset because of the wages, so let's go back up to normal. Don't need more clay right now, we could, but Probably gonna have to build the dock in the other location at the start. Excavating the ruins is gonna take forever on this mode, so it's not really possible. I could do one work camp. We'll save up for a small gift soon. Let's make a work camp. What? This is water overlay, right? Why? Oh. Johan, are you here? Why do the ruins have water? Oh, do you want to save or? I guess if you load into Brundisium, the testing version, it will have that. Okay. Here. Just remember, I'm encountering a crash bug when trying to build something at the beginning of a map. I haven't had that happen, but if you do, then maybe give Johan a save. Freaking seagulls. Okay, let's build that. Okay, yes. I'm gonna start clearing that, it's gonna give us some money. People are a little bit upset. It's fine. There's 7 in there. Why does it load? It has 5 out of 6, so surely that shouldn't cause issues. Oh no, it did. Okay. Go selling some of that. Crashed my game 10 times, and then I thought, well, that I was going to fix that. There isn't full employment to operate properly. Yeah, I should probably set my priority on that, but honestly, it's fine. You just need more population in general. Just sitting on unemployment is never good. Or unemployment, sitting on lacking workers. Just need time. But let's start preparing some food. Tainted discoveries. Well, that's not good. New development. Each time ruins clearing progress is made, a meter of tainted discoveries will increase and will cause favor loss and health malus monthly. This penalty is less severe the more time has passed since the original conquest of the province, while the tainted discoveries meter burns off naturally every month. Note that there are multiple options in how to handle the difficulties. Clearing manually wastes rewards but frees up space. Letting one world camp operate at least some of the time should be manageable if you use gifts, but running multiple world camps without letting at least a couple of years pass will likely overextend sabotage or favor. Yep, it's a veteran mode event. Is there a way I can clip something here, because it doesn't show me? You can make clips, but I think that maybe I disabled it. It's possible I don't allow clips, in which case tough luck. It doesn't display the water in the ruins. I didn't do anything else, so it's kind of weird. I'm not sure why that happens. Okay, let's make that food. This can cause these farms to spawn on this road. I'm just gonna have to accept that. These are gonna be a bit of a problem. I need water here later anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Autism requires that I connect it to my already existing aqueduct cistern, but I could just make another one just as easily. Maybe even easier. But I don't know, autism demands this. So maybe we should do that. We could also do it, if there was a gap, we could bring it through the block itself. It's waste space for decorations though. And this kind of needs to be here, even though Lararia would work as well. Is there a way? No. As I said, I think clipping is disabled on the channel. Let's do it this way. Oh boy, that's hideous. Why can't we just have magical Roman water? Because it's heretical. And Kerry just nuked it from orbit, which was well deserved in my opinion, but still. I know there are some people who reveled in enjoying themselves some succulent magical Roman water. Yeah, that's what magical Roman water is. It's the parallel cursed aqueduct. Goodbye, money. I guess. You mean bless? Yes. That's exactly what I meant. Sure. Yeah, it's called that colloquially the Jake co-prosperity sphere. We need some more clay. Small oversight in the road aqueduct routing, which is due to missing check. Also, I haven't had a single increase in quotas. Is this broken? This map is broken, right? It has the events with any quota increase that was scheduled to happen. I think it just doesn't happen. Because it's broken. So I need to redo this anyway. But it's not really a huge deal. Yeah, if you could check, that would be great. Thanks. That would be good, because otherwise it's gonna be a nightmare. Some markets. We'll need a lot of yeah, we're taking some favor and health malls. That's fine. I should probably send a gift to Chisor. We feed people, we get more labor, then we need to decide how to use it. Let's get some more sand. Oh yeah, school and a library. That was library. School and a theater. Need some desirability here, and there's gonna be a highway, which is gonna make things disgusting. There wasn't any demand change scheduled till now. Next year there should be one. Also, message only displays if the route is opened. Oh, right. What is scheduled to increase? Need to track it. Next up we should do some vegetable trade, I think. Next update we need frontage roads. What is a frontage road? I'm afraid my vocabulary does not contain that. It should be covered. Our subsidy is gone already, which is not great. Athene Clay, 7th year. What year is this? It's gonna be in 48. No, sorry, it goes. Yeah, it goes down 38 BC. So just remind me. I pushed a fix for broken demand changes yesterday. Oh, really? So it was possible to fix it. That's amazing. I did download the version of Augustus today. The whatever's in unstable, I have that. Yeah, no, I have them. I just don't have them in my folder, I think. I could easily fix that. But I need to reload. A lot of US interstates have parallel roads that allow business and residences to be along the highway. Right. They didn't have them in ancient Rome. So that's what it is. Okay. Our money is terrible. We do need to start making more. Plus Caesar is not super happy. Also health might be terrible. Let's check the health. I think the one work camp we can support. Not everything, but almost everything. Okay. Should make this place a bit more posh. Sell to Austria. Next. Prolecor care. Unless we want to go into land trade with Croton. It's also a Greek city, but it could be good. We don't have marble or stone yet, or the workshop. Oh no, we have workshops. Is there anyone else who buys a vine? Rome sells it. We do need to start making wine. Epidemnos is cheap. It buys food and wine. So let's make some wine. Who sells me vines? It's Capia, right? Yeah. Chris says, in Czech, frontage road is usually transferred to us obslužná komunikace, service access road, sometimes souběžná silnice, parallel road, or more casual explained as silnice vedoucí podél dálnice, a road running alongside a highway. The thing is, usually here, we don't really have highway going through residential. If there is, then there is anti-sound barrier in a way, so you have no real way of directly seeing or, you know, accessing it. There are usually places where you can access the highway, but these are made in such a way that usually, you know, specific places. It's not like it's sprawling into residential. Usually it's on the side where you go onto it or get off from the highway. But sometimes highway doesn't run close to houses, but then you have the barriers, or the highway is elevated and it has the barriers. No problem, Johan. I'll see if I'm still up. But thanks for the work on the mod, by the way. Yeah, the Romans had many different kinds of roads. Our gods are getting on my case. We need to solve it. How do we solve it? We solve it like this. We selling vegetables? Yes. Now we can mine marble or stone. Got loads of unemployment, so we should probably do that. Where do we set up the mining? Does anyone buy it in the land department? Yes, Croton does. I might not open Croton though. Even though it would buy the vine. It doesn't require much. I'll mothball that warehouse. Could go with Insula relatively quickly. Mana is terrible, so we need to not spend much for a bit. I might just put down a form though. Was Salvine. Oh yeah, I need to open the trader. I'll wait until we have some stone, I guess. It's gonna be the elections event soon, I'm pretty sure. We also will have the work camp clearing the first cluster soon. Should probably check our health. It's fine. $10 still can't send a gift yet. Okay, some stone. Let's open Croton. And vine and export over 2 units. They also buy bricks. Could easily make some. We do overproduce stuff anyway. Need a better highway though, to handle all that quota. It's a lot of expense. What's your problem? Desirability. Okay, there's the elections. We should be able to handle it. Wheat is not particularly abundant though. We're gonna get some stone and marble and money. Money is great. The stone and marble I can't handle. I could just set up a warehouse that's gonna be for monument construction. I repurpose this one, I guess. Just accept the excess. And we got some money, so with the money we should probably develop stuff, so we need more food. Apparently I'm not making enough. This could still route into this granary quite well, without wasting any production. I don't know how best to do this. Start with that. That one is just not gonna work out, so it's gonna have to be a bit cursed. Perfect place for a granary, but I don't think we need another granary here. Just use that spot for car depot if we need it later. Can we get a Grand Temple to Frank Zappa in future updates? He's an Italian heritage after all. I don't know who that is. And of course, the prefects failed me. Just what we needed. Probably should create a new warehouse for sand. Can store the excess around here. Okay, it's time to build the amphitheater. Actor school and a gladiator school. I don't want to clear the defenses, so it would reduce the yield. We'll wait. A 20th century musician, right? Well, I think that wouldn't fit very well, but you can hope. Forgot to add infrastructure here. He was briefly involved in Czech government. Let's take a look. After the Velvet Revolution. Didn't know that. I'll have to read on it after the stream. I mean, for custom stuff, there's all sorts of crazy stuff, like the Hukin mod with Christmas trees for decorations and stuff like that. So you could make something even crazier. Alright, first block looking pretty good. The gods are already mad again. I would like to placate them with monuments. Not quite sure if we can manage that though. Oh, I think I wasted materials because it was mothballed. It's gonna create some pathing nonsense. These could go here, these could go here, but it's kind of close, so it's not gonna be the worst thing. I'm gonna remove this. We can't have two running, but one should be good enough. If I build this, it's not gonna work because they need a connection. But I could make an oracle, I guess. Let's make a couple of oracles here. We could put an infam here. Still struggle to feed people. It's probably because of the lack of food. Might want another depot. And it does seem like this is struggling to feed the trade, so we'll take from 3, bring to 2, only when there is more than 12. So food always comes first and excess is traded. We should probably set up a new area for farming. Have some labor, so might as well, I guess. This needs its own granary, but first let's lay out some farms. There's another blue. It's water. I think the granary is saying it gives water, but it's nonsense because it doesn't. Let's put down a granary here. This is gonna bring stuff from. Let's copy paste that. From 10 to 3. Gods being mad is kind of horrifying. I'm gonna add some Lararia to try and curb their anger a little bit before we are able to set up what we really need, which is the oracles. Probably add another depot for this. Mars got angry. That's fine. I need concrete. Quite badly. Fortunately, all the coverage is kind of outside of what I have here. Also, putting them here is kind of bad because now all these sand pits could go there. So we want this to be close. I know it's this. I know. I could make it slightly less hideous by doing that. Yeah. That will do. These people still like desirability. Should have slapped down some small temples, but I'm reluctant to do it. Mine is good. Let's expand the highway. Almost full coverage, just need the ruins to be cleared. Which we need quite a lot of progress on that, but we can play pretty slowly as we have been so far. You know, that's not... We've been here... What is it? 3 years. That's not little progress for veteran mode. I'm just playing very cautiously, obviously. Not overextending. We also funded all the games already in Rome, which is gonna be great. New trade route. We should probably try and do something. Maybe the Roman trade routes for marble and stone, because I don't want to trade with the Greeks necessarily. It's gonna cause issues if we do, because we are on veteran mode. That's the oracle. We could expand the mining, but we need population, and I don't know if I want... Maybe we should go medium insular already. Let's import some timber from Rome. We'll need some for monument construction, so this is gonna allow that. Are we storing bricks? I've not been producing enough, I think. Could go with another block. Probably should do that soon. Could build a caravanserai. Could need its own food though. Not sure if you want that. Because it's perfectly fine without it. People are unhappy. Pay them some more. Set some surplus bricks. Stone, marble, and get 4 timber. Start building the Grand Temple. We really don't need it, but it does solve a lot of things. Drogon says, with all the new improvements the editor is getting, we have opened the chance to do so many things in the past we couldn't do as mapmaker. I know there are in the RC as well as in my campaign certain things that require specific things that are now possible. What will approach be about it? Well, depends. There's so much that already these 2 first missions have a lot of things that weren't possible before, so you could already see what I was after with that if you play them. Yeah, obviously that's why I'm remaking the RC. The first 2 missions already are very different. We'll want to add some more sand. Here is not particularly great, but it will work. Yeah, I need to set these. Maybe some more clay as well. And we need a new block soon. I know. And I need them to be, because if I start working on the RCS, there is no telling. If you now start using the preview branch, it's gonna probably have issues like the corruption like we had before. It could be that anything you make in that branch is gonna just be destroyed. So for me, I can't just use it to do this. Yeah, I know. It's not here yet. Stone and timber. Farmland's clear. it's good to see what's possible, help the devs test it, that's fine. And it's welcome, because they need that. But also for like serious work, if we want to keep it, it could be that it corrupts the files and then nothing can bring it back, so, you know. Unfortunately, not something you can rely on right now. I don't need a block, but the defenses need to be clear soon. We want the elections. Reminds me I should be sending a gift. I'm not trading with Korkira, I should, because we should check the trade rate quota increase. Korkira. I don't really want to trade with it, though. Could we handle more work camps now? What's the help? Excellent. And favor we can manage. Is that another work camp? So next up is defenses. You want to clear it? Favor's getting lower. What about health? Health still fine. Gift. 7 months. Yeah, we are definitely losing quite a lot of favor. I lost 9 favor. Maybe slightly more from running 2 work camps right now. We could also destroy it manually, of course, but I prefer to do it normally. So you don't have any debt, it's probably gonna be fine. Could add a couple more oracles or something for the future. Okay, bunch of bricks, stone and money. Now we can use this land, so what I want to do is remove that Mars. Oh, is that okay, it's Venus. But no, I'm pretty sure I wanted Mars. Grab Mars. Oh, I'm grabbing Mars and it's grabbing Venus. I'm gonna write Johan, I guess. We'll want to go about it the standard way. I'm stupid. Okay, well, that's a bunch of wasted money. There you go. Losing a lot of favor. Can do a gift. 38. You're just about done with the whole thing. It would be helpful if he asks for some stuff, but I think on veteran mode either it gives less or it's just generally less frequent. If not, maybe it just feels like it. Not doing an NSC trade, which I would like the map to force you into it. So maybe I'll do some more constraints. Venus is gonna solve it. Just need some more bricks. And with this new labor, I should really think about the docks. But I need to clear the rest. It's gonna cost me like 10 more favor or something. Should be able to then use the best dock spot. Don't have to do the temporary shitty dock. This might have some crime here. What about food? It's looking fine. We could always add more farms to this, I guess, for stability's sake. I'm gonna do that. 8 months. Stage done. Greek harbor done. Okay. We should also make this disappear once that's gone. I'll add that to the to-do list. I know what's going on. It's probably because there is gonna be more objectives. So it actually makes sense for it to be there. Whatever, we got 300 labor, let's clear this. I'm not trading with any Greeks. I guess that's all I am with not Korkira, with Croton. Maybe that's why I haven't really been getting the event, because I didn't open Korkira, which is like a really good early game trader. But I avoided it because I know what's gonna happen, so I guess I need to shuffle the trigger for that. Check trigger for veteran Greek trade objective. We'll see it anyway because I'll likely use it, but let's take a look. Each click moves the rain a little bit, which is something that I know Sephirex was kind of upset about before. Vine, vegetables, wheat. Stone should be closer technically, but this shouldn't be a problem. Could just make it a standalone thing. Should be all the labor. Send him to pottery, 26 favor. He definitely took a huge hit from that. So it's... Oh, I didn't wait long enough for that gift. It was a month away. What a waste. But it's okay. The Temple to Venus is coming up. Make some more. Should open some trade routes. Start with this one. Let's open them all. Oh, except Kaisera. Greek influence grows. There you go. Governor. Senate has learned of our trade relations with the cities in Greece. Due to the political climate in Rome, this is risky. For now, the Senate is willing to tolerate... that's tolerance with rage. Okay, tolerate some cooperation with the otherwise hostile enemy, but if we ever were to entirely rely on the Greek traders, we would risk an outrage and swift action against our city. Cities in Greece are Corcyra, Athena and Epidamnos, and Croton being a Greek city in Magna Graecia also counts towards Greek trade total. New development. From now on, if the total amount of goods exported and imported from Greek cities exceeds the total amount of goods traded with Roman cities, you will lose one favor a month. That's pretty bad because our favor is pretty low and we need quite a lot to win. At least we have an indication. We traded almost 100 with Romans and 63 with Greeks. Still kind of closer than I would like, so we should probably make sure to produce enough. We're gonna add some more vegetables or something here. But there is another Roman city, Kaisera, which is gonna also count towards Roman trade, and we can certainly sell them stone and marble. Oh yeah, epithet. Not much of an effect. We had perfect coverage anyway. You do gain extra savings, so it shouldn't be a big deal to just placate. Even if we do lose favor. So far we haven't lost any to it because we are trading more with Rome than Greeks. But it's close. I could limit it. We could just not sell sand, for example, to the Greeks. We did go quite a lot over the population limits, so might want to add that those vegetables talked about. New Year, it's close, it's close. We could start losing favor if not careful. It's ahead. As long as it's in any amount ahead, we are fine. Plus you can obviously do a gift. That is a secret ending. If you do trade with the Greeks a lot and then you just take the penalties and you do it for a long time, there is a secret message. It's not ending technically, but it's a secret outcome. On veteran you do develop a lot more of the farmland, I think, but now we are comfortable again. Anything we could sell to the Romans? We're not doing yet. We did all of that. We also, it counts imports as well. So we could import olives, make some oil, I guess. It's not a huge difference though. We'll just let it run. We are gonna win. Can do a gift as well. Yeah, we are definitely losing favor. But does it properly align? Hope so. Yeah, now we are exceeding it because there's more total towards the end of the year. I need to stop selling them sand. I can still leave the clay pits running. But we're just not gonna sell sand. Or clay, I guess, because that's also going to the Greeks. Need 3 favor. Just a bit there initially, 10 months, let's wait. I could possibly test. Also didn't have any of the quota increase. I guess we could check it in Ostia. Do you want to do one more map? Probably play Ostia straight on veteran mode because the normal Ostia doesn't even have its own unique normal mode objective. Okay, first map. Not sure if this is relevant. Welcome, Governor. I've chosen you to oversee a very important assignment. Our city needs to grow rich and prosperous. To achieve this, we will establish a colony that will facilitate trade with our more distant neighbors. I believe that you have been picked from the candidates as a promising talented individual. Therefore, I will refrain from instructing you on complete basics of building a proper Roman city. Details of this assignment as follows. Make use of an open landscape around the mouth of the River Tiber. Set up a profitable trading colony by extracting local resources for export. I will ask you often to subsidize our food stocks as well, so make sure to retain my favor by promptly fulfilling these requests. This should not prove difficult, however, as the local land is very fertile. After the city has reached population of 1610 prosperity rating, I will allow Ostia to enjoy some perks of Roman culture, which is your first and most important objective. Good luck, Governor. May Jupiter guide your talent to greatness. So we have some edicts. First, Roman colony. Rome will send you 100 denarii monthly to fund your city's expansion, and then we have agrarian origins. Workshops apart from concrete maker are unavailable for the whole duration of the scenario. Education as well as entertainment buildings are locked until the first objective of 1600 population is achieved. Veteran mode. New veteran mode can be enabled by opening a relevant trade route in the Empire. The action is free, but it will cause new events or invasions to play out, making the map not just harder but hopefully more interesting, adding replay value. Veteran mode may alter mission spacing, introduce new events, unlock additional systems, or escalate threats. Expect surprises but fairness preserved. Keep in mind that if you wish to opt into the veteran mode, you can only do so in the first in-game year. After this period, the decision will become unavailable. It is strongly recommended you play through the Reconquered campaign without the veteran mode in your first playthrough. Essential tips is for beginners, really. Optional information, this is about the campaign and design. Historical background, we don't need to read that. So, first order of business, open the veteran mode. Wait for the pop-up. Veteran mode applies, we read that. A veteran hint, the Etruscans have not forgotten Ostia, nor have they forgiven it. So, invasions, we know that's open. That's open, we don't have military yet, but it's gonna happen. Spoiler alert, I guess, if you care about that. Let's cut this. We have some money, more than on Brundisium. There is no ruins, but still. use this pre-built area. And yeah, let's wait for people to move in. Could water them immediately. Should open the room first. That will be plenty. Bridge there for later. This is Austria. You might not have tested the new RC. I have 2 maps only so far. I made Capia terrain, but haven't had the time for events, and then some shit happened and I didn't want to return for months. Now it's 3 months, so I feel like I can finally get back. And I don't want to talk about what happened. I think you know, but... yeah. Obviously, I know you're busy, you have your own stuff to do, so don't feel like you have to. Yeah, it is. Well, it's similar. Sort of. But, it's different. Okay, let's get Rome going. Sell them wheat. We need some desirability. We don't have any desirability, so we'll wait. Just make more wheat. Well, wheat, it's kind of bad to over rely on it because it's not gonna scale super well. And we can sell some sand and then some clay, so these we could set up here. Clay. Some sand. Maybe I'm going a bit overboard here. We'll have to figure that out. I used to speedrun it on vanilla. I beat it under 2 minutes. Just in time for fire and locked buildings to trigger. You mean that's too small map to be remembered? Yeah, that's the problem with the I've wrote about this in the testing channel some time ago. So the reason for remaking it is that with the Governor's Academia tutorial that's gonna be released when I update the RC, we no longer have to make the first 2 maps completely basic anymore, and that's good because the original two, the RC maps, RC Brundisium, were very small and made basically just to, you know, really make sure that people know what the game is. But now we don't have to do that, so I can actually turn it into something proper. It still isn't crazy, but here on we are playing on veteran mode, and veteran mode makes this be a military map, by the way, which is the very first map, but you know, veteran mode isn't supposed to be played on the first playthrough, so yeah. Got some sand, let's open that. Open the clay as well. It's an investment, but hopefully it's gonna pay off. With the desirability, we don't really have anything, right? No, we do. Could at least give them this. Might help. It is. I think you will like it, but since you're making your own stuff, I don't know if you have time to test it. So I don't want to bother you about it. We have cosmetic walkers, by the way. Even with global labor pool being on, which is good. The 4.5 will be revolutionary, I hope, in luring many more new and old players. Maybe, it's possible. But honestly, those kind of people who just wait for stuff, I don't know if they'll stick it out. Like, they could check it out and then play it for, you know, a week, and then they'll go away anyway. As is usually the case, it's more the people who've been sticking with it are the people actually playing it. Those people are much more important than someone who comes in for a week and then never plays for another year or 2. Those people don't matter. Expensive, but let's make a little bit of a highway. Got unemployment. We should probably make some food for evolution. Let's do it this way. Be decent setup. What is the objective? 1600 pop. Yeah, we need to evolve it. Can request wheat. Crops have failed, citizens of Rome are starving. Command that you increase your export of wheat to Rome. As time is of the essence, this will bring some measure of relief to the city and avoid violent turmoil. Export at least 60 cartloads of wheat to Rome in a single year. Until you fulfill the objective, you will lose 1 favor every month. So we need to, I forgot, let's do a gift. Been here a year. Let's change our salary. Have a drought. I need to write that to the to-do list. Drought objective messes up the prosperity objective order in Austria. There you go. Soon to export 60 wheat. It's gonna be pretty quick. We should be able to do it with the farms we have here. We do need more temples. I'm considering making this 2000. Huge investment, but we could already make an oracle. And I would actually like that way more. Yep, monuments. We need a new I guess I can make a new warehouse here. Except marble and stone. It's gonna be pretty expensive. Yep. What a horrible intersection that is. I'll just roadblock this. Maybe gonna have a little bit of that. Land traders active. Starvation avoided, we got some money, some favor. King's Edict. The last incident exposed a key weakness in our infrastructure. This is a veteran objective. Normally this is just good, but on veteran it's bad. Key weakness in our infrastructure. We must always secure vital food supplies to prevent further incidents of famine. Be mindful that I will deem you responsible if another such incident occurs. Making use of highways and always ensuring sufficient stocks are ready for trade, as well as minimizing general trade delays is recommended. Wheat farms now require additional 2 workers, and from now on each year you export at least 100 units of wheat to Rome. You will secure it further against famine, increasing Rome's food security value by 2. Rome food stocks will naturally decline by 1, which can occur once in each cycle between 10 and 12 months. If famine breaks out again, you will lose 5 favor every 3 in-game months until the situation is resolved and food security achieved. Some interest related to veteran mode. So we got the food security. We need to export wheat, and we should probably do more than we are doing. Even though this is already more than 100, it probably could use a little more. I'll consider it. For now, not in a position to do that. Could probably use some more clay though. Because that's gonna be really what saves our economy once the wheat crashes. And it's gonna crash hard. So I really don't want to over rely on it. Can just add these. I need an architect. Not there, it's hideous, so let's build it here instead. Exports to Rome are fine. We are gonna increase its security pretty well. We do need prosperity, so paying people a little more than Rome seems good. Stockpile some money because we will need it. Etruscan incursions. Governor, their news has arrived. We were unable to contain the Etruscan military for long. Their raiding forces are mustering as we speak to strike at Austria to cut us off from a key supply base. Use these precious funds we raised in Rome from emergency donations and establish local military facilities. Austria must not be allowed to fall. 2,000 denarii gained. Barracks, military academy, armory, supply posts, palisades, watchtowers, and forts of archers and legionaries have been unlocked. Look for exposed map edges to determine likely invasion approach directions. Keep in mind the road from Rome and the Empire are never directly going to be an invasion point, even on veteran mode. Attacks from the Etruscans will occur from now on. You will have 22 months before the first raid occurs. Keeping at least 64 soldiers or 4 full forts of any type will make the Etruscans vary and delay their attack by 3 months each year. Each Etruscan raid that reaches Ostia will disrupt trade and reduces food security of Rome by 1. Event is relative veteran mode. Yeah. Okay. Stop. We need to immediately act on it. We could make legionaries. Got some money, but maybe later. So let's build a barracks. Let's build a supply post. It already accepts quartermasters. Let's build some forts. Archers. Oracles are coming up. That's good. Still short of clay. We're building a farmland, but that doesn't matter. RC trade. Croton, yeah, we could trade. People, Alalia sells us timber, but buys timber, sells us weapons. We could do that for legionaries. Croton buys timber, sells us pottery. We'll need pottery, I think. Even though we can win with small casa. There's several dock spots. Best one is here. That's best kept for if you want to trade wheat later once the price crashes. Timber is best done here. So I guess we set it up. Do we have labor? We still need one more prosperity to evolve people. So I guess we might as well put a low bridge there. Ship's bridge. That's a rock spot though. Could move here, but the enemies could go here. Guess you might not care. And yes, we need to do the timber pretty much right away, because it's quite important that we diversify our economy, otherwise the wheat hit is gonna destroy us. King's demand. Yeah, there you go. Price controls. Governor, I inform you that Austria's primary role is to provide Rome with cheap and abundant wheat. For this reason, I am therefore forced to introduce price controls upon this trade good. Keep in mind that wheat must be provided. Our treasury does not allow for expenditure, but I will deem you responsible for an interruption in our supply network. Wheat can now only be exported price of 3 denarii per cartload, making it an unprofitable but necessary export. This event is related to the veteran mode, yes. This is just a mess. Dude, I need to fix that out. So, if you check this. Also, didn't it say Rome should be buying more? Now buys more quota, but it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, that's a vital bug. We need to do something about that. Okay, what is the price on wheat? 3. So each farm makes 19.6, so let's say 20. That means it can make 60 denarii a year with perfect coverage. It takes 12 workers plus, let's say, 5 logistics workers. 10 workers are paid 32, well, 34 or what it is, so I'll have to go 36. That makes it so we lose money. It's calculated where it still gives you a little bit, so you only lose a little bit of denarii, but it means that you do have to do timber, clay, sand, not just sit on wheat. On normal mode, you can just live on wheat and nothing bad ever happens, but not on veteran mode. We'll wait for some timber to be here before we open that. The one prosperity is being difficult. Genoa allows us to bypass the price controls. I might do it, but it doesn't seem like we need the money at the moment. Economic viability. This is a message about production rates and calculating what is worth making and what's not, because it's vital. Some people don't realize that they see like anything below 100 denarii and they say, ah, it's not worth making. It's worth making. It's just you need to do fucking math. Let's open this. Sell that. Why is the prosperity? It's double. So I guess I can just disable that one. Edit my to-do list. Do we really have 9 prosperity? I guess it's August. We need to wait. Full fort of archers. Another one is mustering, but I should probably make a couple of watchtowers. Still have 10 months. Should open that second trader at 4 more timber. I want to import some pottery later. Permanent colony, we unlocked stuff like the school and the theater. And some decorations. Let's do a forum as well. Can do the pottery for Croton. We can't make it ourselves because we are agrarian society. Still don't have a surplus, so let's add a little bit more here. This is getting pretty far, but I don't really care. As long as it works. Let's put some services there. He wants weapons. I could import them. I wanted legionaries anyway. That's the raid. To clear this. This is also an invasion point. We need to make sure that we defend it. they're using the highway because they love it, but it's not really viable to block them much more than that, I think. Maybe could delay them slightly by doing that. Should build a legionary fort. Man, it's not looking great because of the wheat collapse, but hopefully timber is gonna make up for it. We should give it to our people. We need an amphitheater. I can't build it here though, because, well, the way I've done that is not great. We could move this school. Or this theater rather. It's the pop cap. We need 3,000 people, it's not enough. It's time for a line block. Even though they will hate that fort. I guess that's fine. We need, how many people do we need? 300 or so? That means like... this amount of houses should be good enough. You could squeeze it all into one, I think I've done that before. Especially because you can technically give them furniture, you can give them oil. Right? No. Yeah, there's oil. And furniture. Yeah, there's furniture. But instead of doing that, I think we just add it slightly smaller. And obviously on... it's possible to just win with castles, so you could just make better use of the outlying area. I wasted a lot of it with decoration and temples, which we don't really need. It helps because we didn't have... at the time we didn't have good decoration yet, but whatever. hate the... That's understandable. They had a 4. Peace, prosperity. We are paying more than Rome, so this should be fine. Food security of Rome never was at risk. Let's make some defenses here. Man, it's not amazing, but it's enough. Could make more timber, I guess. Import weapons only above 8 units or so. Don't need this house, so just get rid of it. Peace and prosperity. Money should be fine. There's a slight devolution, but we solved it. Just peace. There you go. Alright, that's it for testing for today. We'll see if I can finally get around to doing finishing the Capia. There's gonna be a shit ton of events to do though, and I would kinda need to have the version merged. I'll have to talk to Johan about it once he has some time. Anyway, thanks for watching and see you around. Bye.